G'day gamers! Ranger Tony here, back with some more Baldur's Gate 3, and yes, I know, I'm starting all over again. Why am I starting all over again? Couple of reasons. One, I don't have a problem with where the new Range Watchers was going. Was really enjoying it, it was going well, but I've been wanting to play Arcane Magic for a while. It was really after trying to do the entire party of rogues and finding out how just ridiculously broken stealth is, not broken in a good way, broken in a really bad way. I decided that I wanted, the other thing that was going through my head was I wanted to play a full party of arcane magic, arcane spell users. But instead I decided to do the ranger thing because I just got a little bit inspired, and I did that. And look, I was enjoying it. Despite the problems with the game, I am enjoying it. There's no doubt about that. And, I could sit here and just talk for half an hour on the things that I don't like about the game, but generally I'm enjoying it. But the combat was getting a little bit boring and repetitive. I mean, apart from the damn thing in the forge, that big robot thing that we just had to kill that was ridiculous, the other combats are getting a bit boring and repetitive, right? And yes, we're playing on Explorer mode, so we are definitely overpowered compared to the normal gameplay, blah, 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 blah. But it's getting boring, or not, a little bit boring, a little bit repetitive, because in 5th edition D&D, you don't have as many feats. There's not as many, special things that you can do. If you take, 3.5 edition, so Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2 as an example of the games, or if you take Pathfinder Kingmaker, the Pathfinder games, Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, if you look at those games, as you level up, your characters get a lot of special abilities. Rangers get all these different arrow, ranged attacks, or if they're not playing as ranged, if they're playing as melee, they get all these different abilities that they can add in that can add some interesting stuff into the gameplay. But you don't get any of that, or you don't get anywhere near as much of that in 5th edition. They went for a lot simpler gameplay, a lot more streamlined gameplay, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But particularly because we have a party of just rangers, it was getting a little boring, a little repetitive. And so then the next thing, as you know, the animal companions were getting to be a pain to have to continually keep an eye on them and get them through obstacles that they kept getting stuck on and stuff like that. And that was frustrating. I'm not saying I'm not going to go back to it. I might go back to that playthrough, but I want to try my hand at an Arcane playthrough. So the plan here is we're going to play as the Dark Urge. I don't I know what the thing is about the Dark Urge. I'm aware of that. And really, even if I hadn't seen that mentioned on one of the wikis that I looked at, I would have worked it out. If you know the backstory, if you know the story of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and the big overarching thing that it revolves around, without saying too much more, the Dark Urge fits into that very well, more than your character normally does in this game, right? So there's that. But also I felt that the Dark Urge as a sorcerer is an interesting to play, and as a Dragonborn. Now, I have played around with this a few times. I even, for example, decided to change the sorcerer subclass to draconic bloodline, and then play off those. So, for example, by default, you are a white dragonborn, which means you have a cold breath weapon and you have some resistance to cold. If you also then played as a draconic bloodline sorcerer and you picked something different, like fire, for example, you would, through your sorcery bloodlines, you would have protections and bonuses with fire as well, which would be an interesting way to go. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with the sorcery. Now, I could change, because you get bonuses with the Storm Sorcerer. We get fly at level 1, and I really wish they told you what the other things you get at higher levels. But at higher levels, we do get bonuses with all of the various storm-related spells. Not all of them, but anything to do with thunder and lightning, we get bonuses with later on. So it's actually really tempting to, for example, change the Dark Urge to be a blue dragon, which means we have lightning breath and we would get resistance to lightning. But we're already getting a lot of bonuses with that. So I feel that sticking with the white is a good option. It partially works in because you got cold, and this is the thing that I want to do with this playthrough. So I'm going to set myself a little limitation, right? We are going to be a storm sorcerer, which means when we come in here to our cantrips, nope, not going to use that. Yes, we can use that because that is shock based. Nope, can't use acid. Oh, yes, we can use that because it's cold based. We can't use fire damage, for example. So we're going to stick to lightning or electrical based attacks, any thunder based attacks, any cold based attacks, and anything to do with water. Anything to do with the elements that you would find in a storm, we are going to take. All right? But I think my last cantrip, I'm going to go, I don't know why, but I've got this thing for picking Blade Ward, even though I never actually use it. The other one might be Minor Illusion, but I don't really plan to do much hiding in this. So yeah. So we're going to be predominantly doing cold or shock or sonic thunder damage in this playthrough, in this build, in this character. But we're also going to have in our party, everybody else is going to be arcane spellcasters. So we're going to have Gale in our party. We're going to have Will, because warlocks are arcane spellcasters. And then I haven't really decided, right before I started the stream, like 10 minutes ago, I was still undecided as to who the fourth character was going to be. There is part of me that wants to get Karlach and respec her into something and put her in the party, because she is... Okay. Will is... This is where the stuff gets really interesting to me. And it's just all weird. Karlach is a good character. No doubt about it. She is good aligned through and through. Will is supposed to be a good character. I have a bit of a problem with that, in that I question how somebody who decided to take up with a fiend and become a fiend-based warlock would still be considered good. Despite everything that he is trying to do, I feel like any competent DM would say, well, your alignment is no longer good, it's now neutral. On the good, neutral, evil side of things. And you would have to do a lot of work to get back to being good. You'd have to do a lot of stuff. And at some point, I don't think you ever should be allowed to go back to being good, because you are serving a fiend, right? And I know you want to break that pact and everything, but as soon as you break that pact, you're no longer a warlock. So what are you? And this is the other thing that I find a little bit weird. It almost feels like warlock should be always either your second class, so you start as something else and then you become a warlock because you gain the favor of something else after you were something else, or it should be, even though they don't have them in 5th edition D&D, it feels a bit like what a prestige class would have been in 3.5, for example, so that after you've had a few levels of anything, you can become a warlock. It doesn't really, to me, feel like it makes a lot of sense that you would start off just being a regular Joe and you would have become a warlock, because you've basically sought out the favor of some higher being. Now, if Will was not a fiend-based warlock, if he was like a great old one or a fae, maybe I would not see it being a problem that he is still canonically good, but in canonically he is chaotic good, I think is his exact alignment, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But we're going to have him in the party anyway because he is a warlock. Karlach is also good. I believe she is chaotic good or neutral good or one of the two. Actually, she might even be lawful good. I can't remember. I should pull it up and have a look. And she definitely acts. I mean, what interaction I have with her so far, she definitely acts that way. And then, of course, you've got Gale. We're going to have Gale as well. And yeah, Gale is neutral. A lot of people think Gale is good, but he's not. He's definitely neutral. He's actually true neutral, because all he cares about, he doesn't care whether he does good or evil. He doesn't care whether he follows the rules or not. All he cares about is magic and becoming the most powerful mage that in the universe, in Faerun, which, you know, he'd have to kill Elminster first. And you almost get that feeling like once he got to that point, he might consider killing Elminster to knock him aside so that he could be considered the most powerful mage in Faerun. I don't know. And then the last, what I'm actually thinking is, I'm thinking of making Karlach a bard. I don't know. Either that, or I'll take the bard hireling, Brynna Brightsong, or whatever her name is, and going down the bard route, which is School of Law, I think it is, which is very much down the magic route. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. I still haven't decided for the fourth character. But anyway, for spells, first level sorcerer, and I'm going to talk about sorcery a little bit more as we go along as well, but let's just pick our spells. So we're not going to take Burning Hands. I think we're definitely going to take Ice Knife. And the reason I'm taking Ice Knife, it sounds weird. Ice Knife has a good thing about it, and it has a bad thing about it. The bad thing about it is that it explodes even on a miss and damages anyone nearby. So don't use it when there are friendlies nearby unless you have the meta magic to protect your friendlies. So be aware of that. The good about it is that you can use it when you're silenced. And so if a mage casts silence on the Dark Urge, I can still use this spell and potentially take out the mage with it, and maybe that will then break or at least break their concentration and get it back. So the other two spells are either Thunder Wave or Witch Bolt, and I think at the moment I'm going to pick Thunder Wave. And here's my thinking: normally for a sorcerer or a wizard, I would be picking predominantly range-based spells. I do not really see the need to have something like Thunder Wave or Burning Hands, even Color Spray, because they are so close range. You're asking for problems if you play an arcane caster, a pure arcane caster like that. But because we are only eventually going to have arcane casters in our group, we are going to have situations where someone is going to get up right up in my face. And that is the reason why I chose Shocking Grasp. Because if you don't, and you try and use a range-based cantrip or spell, you're going to have disadvantage on the hit rolls. And, you know, that is another recipe for disaster and asking yourself to get killed. So that's why I'm picking those spells. So, you know, Ice Knife is definitely not the most powerful spell out there. If you wanted a little bit more power, Witch Bolt would be good. But the fact that you can cast this while silenced is just, I think it is one of the best early game spells to take, no matter what class whether you're going sorcerer or wizard, just because of that fact. Because when you go into that first temple, and you've got, just before you rescue Wither, you've got those skeletal mage things that come up and attack, that wake up and attack as soon as you open that door. They love to cast Silence, and any other mage that you find loves to cast it as well. And I mean, it's very effective. Once you get it yourself, it's a very good, effective spell to use. But still being able to cast something while you are silenced is really useful, having that backup spell. So that's what we're going to do there. Sticking with Storm Sorcery, we have this nice feature that after we cast a first level spell, so it doesn't work for cantrips, but after we cast a first level spell, we can fly as a bonus action. So ultimately, we're going to try, more often than not, to cast our spells and then move, rather than move first and then cast, because that will allow us to use our fly bonus action if we're casting a first, an actual spell, not a cantrip. We can't change our background here because that's who we are. We're haunted. I don't know. There is a better stat layout than this, right? But because we're playing on the easiest level, it's almost not worth it. So if you want to know a better starting stats for a sorcerer, go back to 16 charisma, because you don't get a bonus on 17, you only get a bonus on 18. So your bonus is still +3, right? You can see there, +3. And then you can put that into Constitution, getting you a +3 in Constitution, which will give you an extra hit point. Right, so we had 8 hit points over here. We now have 9. And then the other thing, and it costs you 2 points to do it, but if you take these 2 points out of intelligence, you can put, it costs you 2 points to get to 14 dex, but that 14 dex is going to take you from an armor class of 11 to an armor class of 12, one better, and it improves your initiative by 1. Dexterity is your friend as a mage, as a spellcaster as well, getting you earlier in the initiative order, so you can get your spells off sooner than your opponents, is always good, and it helps to protect you as well. Now you'll notice I didn't pick mage armor or shield yet. I don't feel they're necessary for the first couple of levels, particularly when I'm playing on Explorer. If I wasn't playing on Explorer level, yep, I would get mage armor without a doubt. And if I'm playing as a plain wizard who starts with 4 spells at first level, I would probably be taking mage armor and shield, and then 2 other offensive spells, probably ice knife, and then something else. More often than not, I would start with chromatic orb, because chromatic orb can actually do lots of different types of damage. It is a really good spell to have. If you have a wizard or a sorcerer who knows chromatic orb, and you come across an opponent and you examine them and you find that there is one type of, oh, they are resistant to fire and ice and shock, but they're not resistant to thunder, then you can customize what the chromatic orb is going to do in terms of damage and cover that. It is a really good utility spell to always have. And I will be getting it eventually for this character, but I will be choosing, always choosing to use ice or shock or thunder with that spell and never the others. Like, I think you can do acid. I can't remember if you can do necrotic. I think you can do acid, poison, and fire. I don't think you can do radiant, and I'm not sure if you can do necrotic. You probably can do necrotic, because necrotic is necromancy, basically, and, you know, that's one of the schools of magic. You don't see it until it comes up when you go to cast, and it gives you the option of all the different ones that you want to pick. So that's basically it. That's the thing. But I'm going to use the recommended settings here. It's going to mean my AC is 1 less. No, you know what? I'm going to just do that. No, I'm not. No, let's just... No, leave it at the default. No reason to worry. And we're going to still be called the Dark Urge. Let's go. It's a little annoying that there isn't a Dragonborn Guardian. But it doesn't really matter. Let's pick an elf. Sure, that'll do. It doesn't matter. All right. Let's breeze through this intro nice and quick. We don't need to do anything special. I'm really liking sorcerers, and let me explain why, because it's something that for a long time, because I mentioned in previous streams recently, I talked a little bit about magic in D&D.
The blood, how you went here.
And the original...
Besides your name and a headache. Time to get out of here.
Okay, so,
my head.
The original description that I remember seeing about how magic worked in D&D. So this goes way back. This goes back to like the original D&D basic box set, I think. The idea was that as a spellcaster, you memorize a spell, and that sort of implants itself in your mind.
I feel
and
better.
When you then cast that spell, the words disappeared from your mind as you cast it, right? And that has always stuck with me. And the idea is if you've memorized like 2 magic missiles and a shield, then it is literally 2 copies of magic missile and 1 copy of shield is in your mind. And when you cast one of those magic missiles, 1 copy of it disappears from your mind, and there's a second one still there ready to go. And I still personally like that description of how magic works, right? But that's not how it works in 5th edition, or not quite. Because in 5th edition, as a wizard, you can choose which spells you know, and you can change them at any time as long as you're not in combat. But you still have X number of spell slots that you can cast spells from, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. The old way made a lot of sense because you had stored in your mind And you couldn't do anything with those spells. You couldn't upcast them or anything like that. If you wanted to upcast a spell, you had to memorize it as the level that you were going to cast it as, right? You couldn't just, as you were going, say, oh, I want to, because you can do it here as a wizard or as a sorcerer. You could say, I'm going to cast this at level 2 rather than level 1, and it'll have an increased effect, right? So that was always, I liked that way of doing things in the earlier versions of D&D, and it doesn't exist anymore, as I said, and it makes it a little confusing, I think. But anyway, what the problem always was that sorcery didn't fit in. Even going back to the old days, sorcery didn't really fit in either, because how were you able to, how did you know what the spells were? There was no sort of concept behind it like that. It was much more like what it is today, where with wizards, where you just knew certain number of spells and you had a certain amount of spells that you could cast per day, and there was really no explanation for it. Not a good one anyway. Let's just really quickly, I like to chuck some stuff on my custom bar here, because then I can put them in, key them in, like 1 to cast Ray of Frost, 2 for Shocking Grasp. I'm going to put Light over here at 0, and then I'm going to put Ice Knife at 3. I'm going to put Thunder Wave over here at 5, because I want to put Chromatic Orb at 4. But anyway, that's I can move them around later. That's the thing. I just want to be able to right now, rather than having to click here, I just want to go 1 and then click on the imp and not kill it. Well, that was annoying. All right. So yeah, sorcery always, it was a little bit strange to me. How does it work? And I've been thinking about it, and I came to a concept just the other day, which I think works really well for me. I like this idea of how it works, and it was actually based on wow, I am just not doing the, am I on the difficulty level that I thought I was on? I am on Explorer. Okay. I'm just not doing the damage that I normally do, only doing like 3 damage each time. Now, Ray of Frost does do less damage than Firebolt, but it's doing 1d8. I'm rolling really low at the moment. Anyway, sorcery, how does it work? So, they do sort of tell you, if you read the 5th edition rules, and I'm just reading these off the websites at the moment. I don't have a copy of the rule books, official rule books or anything like that. But they say sorcery works because of your will. So you basically will the spell to work. Now, the way I look at that, and it's a little bit weird, I look at it and say, okay, so a sorcerer is not actually casting a spell. If you think about it, what a spell is a spell is a bunch of predefined arcane words and gestures and ingredients. So, every spell, if you look in the official rule book, every spell has a vocal, a somatic, and a material component. They don't all have those, but they can have combinations of those, right? Now, most people don't actually play the material component side of things. You just, if the wizard has lost all of his equipment and he therefore will not have access to his pouch full of spell components, therefore he will not be able to cast any spell that requires material components unless he spends a little bit of time searching for some. That might be the way that you do it. But there are some people, I am sure, that role play it to the nth degree and say, before I camp tonight, I'm going to go wander off into the bushes over there and see if I can find some spell components. And they'll have a little chart probably where they'll roll and say, okay, I found this, this, and this, which means I can cast these spells tomorrow. All of that. So you could play it to that level if you really wanted to. So that's what a spell is. A spell, and the idea is that everybody who casts that spell would be using the same words, the same gestures, and the same material components, because that's the spell, right? Now, there might be some variation. It might be that some person has worked out a slightly better way of doing it, so that maybe, I've worked out a version of Asgrin's Scorcher that doesn't require a material component if I change the words that I say to this and the gesture to this or something. You could roleplay all of that if you really were into that, right? But see, that's not the way I see it. This is not canonical, right? This is just my idea of what I am thinking of as a sorcerer. In my ideas, that's not what a sorcerer does at all. What a sorcerer does is they produce spell-like effects. They don't cast spells. What they do is they manipulate magic directly. The weave, in the case of Faerun, they manipulate the weave directly and produce a desired result. So where a wizard has to learn how to pronounce certain arcane words and do these correct arcane gestures and have the correct material components to cast, to shape everything correctly to get the result that they want, by sheer force of will, a sorcerer just says, I'm going to cast a magic missile, and just does it. They don't have to. In my book, a gesture is not really necessary, neither is a material component, and the word doesn't matter. And this, you might start to recognize what this is. This is literally the will and the word from the Bulgarian, the stories written by David and Leigh Eddings. And their system of magic in there is called the will and the word. And the idea is that if you have the ability, you have to just think of what you want to do, say the word, and release your will, and you have the effect that you want. So my idea is that a sorcerer is somebody who can basically do that. And what they're doing is, at early levels, they are reproducing spell effects that they have heard of or seen other wizards produce, but they're not actually casting the spell. They are just producing an effect that is the same effect, but they're doing it by manipulating magic directly rather than having to use an arcane incantation and having to, do all these correct gestures and stuff like that. Which actually, if I was, and I wouldn't, I'm going to say it, I wouldn't be surprised if 6th edition D&D, that's actually what a sorcerer becomes, right? Is they're producing this without having to have all of that stuff. Because the other thing that this is sort of based on is the idea of sorcery from the Discworld novels. The early Discworld novels had this concept of sorcery where it was a similar sort of thing. Before there were wizards, there were sorcerers. And sorcerers were people who just knew how to directly manipulate magic to produce an effect. And it was the wizards who had to study and produce a new spell. And what the early wizards did was they produced spells that were similar to the natural effects that the sorcerers were just producing. And then they named that spell and said, well, I'm going to call this spell Asgrin's Scorcher. And there you go. That's now the spell.
The console hums.
So that's the sort of idea I had, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that might even become, well, I don't know, it probably won't, but I would like that to become canonical as to how sorcery works. And the way I'd like to see it go is, if I was homebrewing it, I would have the ability of a sorcerer to
washes over you.
sort of sculpt and make spells
Authority.
any way they want, eventually, like not from first level. My idea was that what you would do is, once you could cast spells, once you could simulate spells that were 2 levels higher
A shiver runs across your mind.
than spells that you knew. So starting at 3rd level, right, you would then be able to produce any first level spell. So you would basically get the entire list of first level spells. Now, what you might do is you might put a limit on that and rank all the spells similar to the way a lot of the items in the game are ranked as common, uncommon, rare type of thing. So what you might do is you might rank the spells and say, once you get to 3rd level, you know all common first level spells, right, as a sorcerer. And you can cast any of them at will, at any time. Not at will, but, you know, as part of the spells that you know, you suddenly know all spells because you are 2 levels higher than that, so you can cast any first level spell. And then what you could do is you could say,
Trust me, I'll keep her.
any spell that you don't know, any like uncommon or rare first level spell, if you have seen that spell been cast, or you have, for example, cast that spell using a scroll yourself, then you can experiment and try and cast that. And you might say that, and so the first time you try and cast it, you have to make a saving throw to see if you are successful in replicating it, right? Because that's what you're doing. You're replicating these known spells by producing an effect that is similar to it. And then at really high levels, I'm thinking, you know, maybe around like 15, 20, somewhere around there, you might have the ability to just, at will, think of an effect that you want to produce magically, and even if there's not really a spell that's close to it, the DM would just be able to say, well, I'm gonna, and there might be a few little rules. That's probably why this doesn't get done, because you have to come up with some sort of rule to decide how hard that is actually going to be to do. But we could have a system whereby you could say, I want to produce this magical effect, and the DM would say, okay, well, you are going to have to cast that as a 6th level spell, and it's going to do this amount of damage or whatever, you know, if it's a damaging spell.
Do as I say. Who put you in
And so
charge?
you could basically just produce effects on the fly. But if it's something you've never done before, you would still have to make a roll to see if you actually do it successfully, whether your will was refined enough and you had pictured well enough what you wanted to do. I think that would be good to sort of explain what sorcerers are, because it's not really explained how the magic works for them. Anyway, that's me being whimsical and bizarre and all that sort of stuff. We're playing as a sorcerer here because I like sorcerers and I like this concept of them. Yes, in 5th edition, or in all editions of any of the role-playing games, whether it's 5th edition, whether it's Pathfinder, they are limited compared to normal wizards because they just don't have the diversity of spells, but they're also powerful in that they can cast them a lot. And I'm going to say I like what 5th edition is doing in, I don't know, how would I put that? I like the way that now meta magic is something that's inherent to sorcerers, but not to anyone else, really. Like, wizards don't, I think they can get feats to get some meta magic, but sorcerers just get it. And I like that. That's an ability of the sorcerer to bend the magic and twist it and shape it, which is not something that a wizard can do as much, because I see, even though wizards are more flexible I'm not seeing them as being as powerful because they have to come up with an arcane, like if they want to create a new spell, they have to do all this research and experiment and come up with all of these arcane words and gestures and things to make this work, whereas a sorcerer just does it, and if they have the will, it works. If they don't, it fails. And that's actually sort of where I don't like the wild magic with sorcery in this, like the wild magic subclass, but the wild magic would be a good thing to have for when a sorcerer fails when they're trying a new spell. So if they have never cast a spell before and they're trying it for the first time and they fail, then you use wild magic to define what result they get from that attempt. I think that would be good. Now, the other thing I'm jumping all over the place here. One thing I didn't mention, even with NPCs here like Shadowheart, I can't really do it with Lizelle, but with Shadowheart, she's not going to be using her mace. She's only going to be using spells, even though she's not an arcane spellcaster. So we're going to do that. But as soon as we can, we are going to be getting rid of her. Oh, and also, I'm going to kick these people out that I don't want. Astarion, gone. Lizelle, probably gone. Shadowheart, gone. If they are jerks or whatever, they're out. That's it. Like, because I don't want to be doing their storyline. I don't want to be doing their romancing. I actually spent some time today trying to look for mods for the game, and in particular, I was looking for, please, I want a mod that turns off the romance. I don't want it. Right? It's just, it's pointless. What is the point of having it in the game? And I've said that plenty of times, but it's just like, no, not interested in it. And I can't. There's plenty to give you polyamory. You can romance everybody. Like, what? No, thank you. But yeah.
To keep going.
I would love to get rid of it. Can't. So yeah, but anyway, we're going to be a full party of arcane spellcasters, and until we get there, anyone who has any sort of spellcasting ability, such as Shadowheart, will be using it over any other type of action.
I'm fury.
So yeah, that's the way it's going to be.
No choice but to keep going.
I'm not sure if everyone is aware, there is an achievement in this game if you kill this guy, Commander Zulk. I've done it, I did it the other day. I don't think I did it on the stream playthrough. I think I did it on another one that I was just mucking around with. But if you kill him, you get an achievement. So it is... Yeah, so you can then get his flaming sword, right? If you do it. So, I mean, if nothing else, if you want that achievement, start the game as Explorer mode, pick whatever character you want, and then just come in here and have everybody mob him at the start to get that achievement. I mean, I'm not one of these people that has to get every achievement in the game, but even like in this situation right here, I don't want to use dash to continue moving here. So I might as well take a shot at him and help. I mean, there's nothing else to do, so yeah, why not? And yeah, you get a flaming two-handed sword out of it. So, not bad. What it does do, though, is you'll end up with 2 more devils that appear way back in here and chase after you as well. So you don't have unlimited time in here when you do that. Yeah, I can imagine that sword would really help.
awaits.
All right.
Never done.
Oh, I should have shot at him.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
You do have to be careful though, because if he manages to kill the
On the move.
Mind Flayer, he will come after you. So you really have to hit him hard, and you've got to do it straight up, like as the very first thing that happens. Because if you don't, you are going to end up with him coming after you, and you know, whether you can then stop him or not is, I mean, at that point you're better off running for the transponder. Don't hang around. Like, as you can see, the Mind Flayer is almost dead, so I'm not in a position to hang around and wait right now. I am better off making my way here and not spending the time to try and kill him. See, he's dead now, so we need to get moving here and get to the transponder. There we go.
Victory awaits.
And you don't actually have enough movement. I don't think I've got enough movement either, but I'll do a dash. Yeah, I'll do a dash and get there.
Let's see.
There we go.
The helm's alien transponder. You made it in time.
Okay.
If you don't find your head with...
All right.
Breathe deep and move.
Actually, let's do a full save. No. Hang on. Save. Save. There we go. None. I haven't finished a playthrough yet.
Drink in the pungent
I get to a certain point and I always redo things, which is what I'm doing here. I have managed to get to the second act, and that's as far as I've gotten. The last playthrough I was doing was a party of all rangers, and it was going very, very well. But I was getting a little bored with combat because we were all archery rangers, so we were just standing there shooting everything full of arrows pretty much every go, and our animal companions were trying to get up there to provide some blocking force for us. But A, it was getting annoying that the animal companions were getting stuck everywhere, and B, there's, unlike earlier versions of D&D where you have lots of beats that you end up getting as you level up that give you different abilities, you don't get a lot of that in 5th edition, so we weren't getting a whole bunch of special abilities that we could use throughout combat. So it was literally not much more than just shoot at an opponent and move. Shoot at an opponent and move. The only thing that was special was like, okay, which arrow am I going to use? Am I going to use a normal arrow, or am I going to use a magical arrow that's going to do some extra damage? And that was it. We might get a couple of shots per round because we're now higher level, but yeah, it was getting a little repetitive.
We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
Okay, I'm going to let her stay with me for now. Only because... Do I? You know what? No.
Wait. Charging off by yourself sounds like a fine way to get killed. We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
No, this is where we part
You
ways.
sure about that? Neither of us knows what lies ahead. Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is.
That's interesting, because, not to spoil anything, that artifact that she was carrying does come in handy later on. I wonder what's going to happen. That's something that I wouldn't have known. Well, not the last playthrough, but the one that I started before that, I definitely would not have known. So this is going to be a little bit interesting, even though we're on the easiest level, so it's not going to be terrible, but we are playing a particularly fragile character here, so we are going to have to be careful. Well, only for a little bit. We're not going to put Astarion in our group,
What's hiding?
so we are going to go past him, but then we're going to tell him to bugger off, because he's a vampire. And we're going to go straight away to get Gale after that. And then we'll probably get Lizelle, but we'll tell her to get lost, and then we'll go and get Will. But that's going to be hard, because it's just going to be Gale and I against everything out in front of the Emerald Grove, which could be interesting. Well, I mean, with a name like Ranger Tony, I normally play Rangers. Not normally, but I do play Rangers a lot. The problem has been that in a lot of games, they don't really let you portray Rangers very well. I'm thinking the Elder Scroll games really do a terrible job of implementing archery, and so you end up being very disadvantaged if you play some sort of archer. But anyway, we'll see how we go. The other problem I've got is I didn't give myself any defensive spells, so I am really going to be... Oh, damn it, I should have got... No, well, I didn't. I should have got Shadowheart as part of my group and then gotten rid of her, just so that I could take the healing potions off her. It's not a big deal, we'll get more. But this is going to be 3 against 1. So this will be a little bit interesting. What I can do... no, not that.
You made a grave mistake.
Oh, only 2 of them. Well, that's good. Normally there's 3 of them. There's a third one up there.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
One strike could be lethal. Yeah, there's not much I can do there. I'm out of spell. Oh, I've already done my action for the round. One strike could be lethal. One strike was lethal. I should have saved before that, damn it. Why did I not save before that? I'm doing something stupid like that. Do I have a favourite game? Yeah, probably Skyrim is probably my favourite game. It's certainly the game that I have finished more than any other. Story-wise, I don't know. I do like the original Baldur's Gate. I do have a tendency not to finish games very much, is the thing. Despite the fact that, you know, I have finished Skyrim so many times now, it's not funny. But I have any number of games that I have had, like Baldur's Gate, for example. I got the original Baldur's Gate when it first came out in the 90s. I bought it, played so much of it. I've got no idea how many hours I actually put into that game. Never finished it until about a year ago, when I finally just sat down and went all the way through it.
How is this possible? I remember the ship. First things first.
So we're going to do this again. We're going to tell her to go away.
Wait, we need each other. You sure about that? Perhaps.
And we'll definitely remember to save before we go into battle again. And we're probably not... Well, I was unlucky in that just then with the... Well, maybe not the order of combat, but...
to press ahead.
Well, no, it was. Because I attacked first, I really feel like that should have added me into the...
What's in here?
That's another thing which I don't think is implemented properly in this game. There's a lot of things that Larian Studios have done wrong in this game. And one of them is, I initiated combat, so I should be the first in line in combat. Like if we just both got to get, I walked in too close to them and it's okay, combat's starting, that's fine. Roll initiative, everybody gets a value and you get whatever order you're given. But if I walk up there and from outside of range of combat, before combat has been initiated, if I attack, I should be the first person in the combat order. Whereas in that situation, I was the last. So I attacked, and then they both got a move, which was fine. But then it got back to my go, and there was nothing I could do. All I could do was potentially run away, and probably not even very far. And then it was back to being their turn. And so they were already close enough, they just then attacked and I'm dead. And that's like, okay, that's not very good. So we're going to try this again. Actually, part of it is the build of this character as well. I don't have very good dexterity, so I'm not going to be very high up. It's all going to be down to random dice rolls.
More of those wretched things.
Yeah, I've actually bought one of the... I can't remember which one. I bought one of the Jedi sort of games, but never really got into it. Mostly because there was just too many controls to have to remember. Yeah, it's definitely... Those games are definitely more along the lines of an action game rather than an RPG. Okay, quick save. All right. He's dashing forward. Good. You're going to dash forward. Are you going to get close enough? You are. Wonderful. One's dead, the other isn't. But that's fine. Because you're close enough now that I can do shocking grasp. Shocking grasp, not gasp. And kill you. And there we go. That worked well, even though I'm a bit injured. We'll take a short rest. Get all that health back. Yeah, there. Not that guy. And you. Another thing I'm going to try and do in this game, if I can't get something open, a chest for example, and I don't have a spell to open it, I'm going to just nuke the container and see what happens. It's unclear if there's a chance that what's inside is going to get damaged, but I'm just going to live with it if that happens. I know if you've ever played Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, in those games, if you did that, if you broke open a chest rather than picked the lock, there was always a chance that you would break something that was in there. And you'd actually see just like the broken bits left. And you'd never know what it was. It was just rubble, basically. Yeah, I must go back to the Dragon Age games. I've tried a few times, but I don't know. There's just something about them that is not quite
Hurry.
right.
I've got
I don't know what it is.
brain things cornered. In the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Kill it yourself. You look
I was
capable
hoping
enough.
for a kind soul. Well, not to worry.
Just do nothing. Let's see what happens. I know I can do the magic one in a minute. Nod.
And now you're going to tell me exactly what you and
I was a prisoner.
You tried.
What was that? What's going on? Ah, damn it! I saw into your mind. They took you. Just the same as me. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. Indeed we... My name's Astarion. I was in... The strong... Please tell me you at least know something about these worms. I suppose these worms are already affected. No words of wisdom before you go. Of course. Well, maybe...
Maybe we'll see each other again? I don't know. Maybe we won't. If you do appear again, I'm still going to tell you to get lost.
There. A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
Oh, it's dead.
Death is too good for it.
Oh, I got to level up, don't I? Alrighty. Tempting to get some protection, but also tempting to get chromatic orb. Thanks for that. Let's get chromatic orb. And then careful spell and twin dispel, I think, are the best options there. So making sure that spells don't affect allies, and then being able to cast a spell and have it affect 2 people will be good as well. So, for example, I could cast Ice Knife and put 2 targets rather than 1. Let's grab that. Let's grab all of that. All right. Let's get Will. I should have saved.
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glit.
A hand? Anyone? Oh. Hello. Mad. Say, but I know you, don't I? In a man, then I can only assume you. It's a pros. You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance. I suppose we're most certainly going to need a healer. Oh, it was an act of force.
Alright, let's level him up. I think the biggest problem we're going to have early game with this party composition is keeping opponents at a distance. We're not going to go with evocation here, although as an evoker, he gets automatically the same ability that I just got as a meta magic, where he can make sure that allies automatically succeed their saving throws. But I'm going to go a little bit different. Everyone picks evoker. I'm going to pick abjuration. That gives him a little bit more protection. The residual magic of your spells forms a ward around you that protects you from harm. And I think that will be useful. And so we're going to pick shield because that's another abjuration spell. And we're going to pick magic missile as his second option. And then in his prepared spells, we are going to throw shield in there. And Witch Bolt is really... We're going to get rid of that, and you're going to have magic missile. So you're not going to have anything close up. You're going to be distance only. Alright. And we will...
Elminster's not around, so might
get you to cast Mage Armor. So he's now got these arcane ward points. Every time he casts an abjuration spell, it adds another ward, but then when he gets attacked, he loses one. And it just helps protect him from damage a little bit. So,
Right. What now?
we'll see how that goes. I've not really gone very far with any character with that ability, but hopefully it'll work out all right. Let's save this. Let's just leave her there. See what happens.
Don't mind if I do. I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Let's just set up this, and then let's go to our customs and go to wizard, and let's put that there. Actually, I want that on number 0, I think. And then that'll be 1. I don't know that we'll ever use Ray of Frost, if I'm going to be fair. That'll be 2. And that'll be 3.
No one back home
Very
will
good.
ever believe this.
Okay. Discovered that waypoint. That's good. Alright. Let's save here. We're going to... Belt and suspenders. We're going to save and we're going to quick save. Because this could go down very poorly, considering there's just 2 of us and we're very squishy.
Open the bloody gate! What up? Get damnable and suffer.
Right in the middle. Not terrible, but not great either.
Scout! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Shoot the bastards! For the absolute!
Alright. Thunderwave. Go. Both dead. Beautiful. I don't think I've ever actually had that do that before, where it killed both of them. So I'm not going to complain about that at all. Alrighty. Killing those two down there would probably be a good idea. But maybe what we'll do is let's even the odds a little bit. I can't really even the odds all that much. They're both at full health. Ah, hang on. No. Witch Bolt at... Oh, you can't cast it from here? Because he's in the way. Trying to protect this archer, because she's dead. Like, not much we can do. It's going to happen. She's going to die. I can't put enough of these guys to sleep. I also have to be aware of this guy. Actually, who's next in the... There? Where is she in? Oh, she's not. She's right at the start. If I take it, if I can get rid of that guy, the bugbear, there's a chance that she could survive. Particularly if someone, well, she's only got Zevlor to help her. I mean, the other option is I could throw her a healing potion right now and try and save her that way. I hate this game sometimes. I right-clicked on it and it didn't give me the option to throw. So I clicked on it and it used it. Sorry, I'm reloading that. That is just bullshit. Give me the option to throw it. Like, the only other way I can throw it is I've got to go into my inventory and right-click on it and go throw. Why can't I right-click on it in my hotbar and then go throw?
What path lies before me?
Now I'm probably not going to be able to knock these guys off like I did last time. That went so damn well.
Damnable and suffering.
Well, at least I'm earlier in the order. Oh god, Gale's right at the end.
Scout! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Charge the bastards! For the absolute! Get on!
He saved this time, which isn't great, but we'll deal with that later, I guess.
By sickle and sword, strike them down!
Of course.
Alright, what do we got? These guys have still got a lot of health. Okay, the boss is down. We've got that spellcaster over there. So this guy at the moment, well, apart from the Ward, which is injured, and but this guy's getting attacked 2-1, so so this is what I was saying about Chromatic Orb. It can do acid, cold, fire, shock, poison, and thunder damage. Now I think if I throw this is going to knock him over if it doesn't kill him, but it's also potentially going to knock him down, which is not necessarily good. Although he does have a chance to get up before the goblin gets at him. So I don't want to use the fire because that's going to create a burning surface. That's going to create an electrified surface. This one, I don't know. Let's try it. Because that's the other thing, if you weren't here for it. Because I'm playing a Storm Sorcerer, I'm only going to use cold, lightning, or thunder damage. No, didn't knock him down. Good, and didn't affect Aridin at all. Well, someone else died. All right. Magic missile, please.
That was the last of them. Inside!
Wasn't able to save everybody, but we did all right, considering there's only 2 of us. We had had more in the party, we definitely would have had a better chance of keeping everybody alive. Not that that was particularly my goal for this, but anyway. So the next goal is to go and get Will into our party, because he is our 3rd core arcane spellcaster, even though in previous versions of D&D it was a little unclear as to whether warlocks were arcane spellcasters or if they were something completely different. But they do gain spells from the arcane spell list, so I'm gonna say it's that they are. Should I loot Bath? I don't know. Let's quick save before we do it. I don't know if anyone's going to have a problem with this or not. Ooh, a brass locket. And a hand crossbow. Right, we're just going to go here for a second, and we are going to drop all of the junk that we don't want, which is basically the skulls, the bones, the bottles, and I think that's it. Let's give Will Gale a hat for the moment.
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
We lost him back at the ruin. Nobody...
My...
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Should... No one leaves my people. Even... I'd rather...
Worse. Nursing his head for a 10-day. For one.
Right, let's talk to Zevlor.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
A cheap shot.
I should have expected that.
Now, whatever this attack will only strengthen their resolve. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered. Perhaps you could persuade her.
I think you
We'd owe you you'll find.
Right. Let's go and rescue this tiefling like I always do.
Cannon? No! Get up, Cannon!
Someone's got the jitters.
Let's light them up.
18, hey? I don't have any normal spells left. That's not good. I do have 2 sorcery points, which I could use as a bonus action to create a spell slot, which I could then use to cast a spell at him. Or I can just use Ray of Frost and not kill him. But in fact, miss him. Oh, right, he's running all the way in. That's the way it's going to be, is it? You're going to have disadvantage because the target is too close. But you still managed to do it. And I am going to get to there, and I'm going to use Shocking Grasp. Turn you into a cinder.
What's up for discussion?
You have, but you're not. Let me guess. You're devil.
No, don't know what you're talking about.
Explain why you reek of the hells. Well, that's quite the story. And I thought I was doomed.
A soul.
Right, if you leave it too long, coming up here, she will be dead, and the the bugbear will have killed her. In particular, if you come over here, or very definitely if you come up here and you go down over here and explore down there, you will actually, when you're standing down there, you will actually hear her being killed. So if you're going to come up this way, always go up that path first if you want to rescue her.
Cannon?
Okay.
No! Get up, Cannon!
Yeah, well, now you know. For next time.
Traps, please. Moving ahead.
Alright, let's super quickly go back to camp and pick up everything we want to sell. Oh, we haven't been sending stuff back to camp anyway, so we've got it all on us, which is something that I pretty much never do. Pretty much always send stuff back to camp, but I was forgetting about it. All of this can go in there. Oh, and how did we end up? No, that wasn't supposed to go in there. That was supposed to go in there with the rest of that. I want the soul coin to go in there. Let's give that to Gale, even though he already knows that spell. I'm going to equip that. And I think we're good to pretty well sell the rest of that stuff. Oh, we got all of this. Alchemical ingredients. I think I'm just going to sell all of that. I probably should make an effort to make some potions in this run, but I'm not going to bother with it. You get so many potions, particularly at the easiest level. It's not worth it. It's not worth alchemy.
Well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Okay. What is that? Arcane cultivation. Gain an additional level 1 spell slot until long rest. Very nice. No thank you though. Sell all of that. Is there anything that I do want? There is that staff that you have. Where is it? That one there, Rain Dancer. Let's buy that, and we'll give that to Gale initially, just because being able to douse an area with water very, very quickly is a nice thing to do. So that's what that will do. Scroll of Magic Weapon. Does it tell you what... Why does it not tell you what school of magic that is? I know it's enchantment, but seriously, if you told me what school it is, it would be nice, because I've got an abjurer down there, but I want to know how much it's going to cost him to learn that spell, and whether it's worthwhile buying it. Why would you want a Scroll of Firebolt when any competent mage can cast that without even needing a scroll? I don't remember whether you know Thunderwave yet or not. I think if I switch... Oh, that is you. No.
Lost in thought.
I was hoping it would show me what scrolls he knows and what he doesn't. So we have a little bit more that we can sell. Anything else I want to buy? I can afford to buy all of those healing potions, so let's do that, just in case. Which means I can then sell some more of this. Maybe.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
Let's leave that there for the moment. We won't buy anything else just yet. But it does feel like it's worth potentially buying some scrolls for Will. For Gale, sorry. He does know Thunderwave, and he does know Fog Cloud. And he does know Witch Bolt and Grease. Alright. Let's actually... If I get you to...
Well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
No, like it... No, see, he doesn't know Featherfall, but it's not highlighted either. It's the green ones are ones that are uncommon spells. It would be good to have that. Sure, let's buy one of those. Let's buy that. Although that is probably the most useless of any of the spells that we're going to buy, because we're never going to use it. We've got a party full of wizards. We should never be using our weapons at all. And we don't really need that spell for very long, because we get an amulet of Speak to the Dead when we go through the dungeon. So the temple. But anyway,
guide your path.
So let's try and learn these spells, shall we? Oh, his level is too low to learn that one. All right. And that's a clerical spell? What did I just do there? Did I...
I've got a long road ahead.
Oh, I gave it to me. It must be a clerical spell. That was a waste. We'll sell it again. Alright, let's continue on. That definitely needs to be an improvement to the UI.
I'll not get...
Can we all just... What? These... Oh, yell louder. That's fine.
Just... Thank you, Roland.
That's the way.
Let's get Will in the party.
Go on. Not... You just have to buy enough time to run. Can't... Well...
The man you...
Hell's great fires.
Bet... I'm sure... But we have...
Your mind's...
Shit!
Advocatus Diaboli. A devil's advocate. A champion in the blood war between...
I'm no... Hunt. I track. She's out there now. Prep. Ready when...
Glyphs on any language I read.
Alright, let's level him up. No, it's not yet. We don't pick what his subclass is yet. I'm trying to think which one to go with though. Normally I would go with Pact of the Blade, but Pact of the Blade is only really good if you do actually plan to use their weapon. If you don't, then one of the other ones might be better. And there is one that's supposed to be more magic focused, I think. All right, Burning Hands, nah. I mean, Witch Bolt sort of makes sense, but he's already got Eldritch Blast, so protection from good versus evil. I find this... It used to be a really good spell in earlier versions of the games, but now it only protects you against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, and undead. Which, you know, we do have some undead coming up, so it might not be a bad idea, but it used to be that anything that was evil aligned, you could say protection from evil, and bang, you're protected from everything evil. Or you could cast a protection from good version, and you'd be protected from anything that was good. But now, it's just these subgroups that are named, and it's like, well, it doesn't protect me from goblins and hobgoblins and bugbears and ogres and all these other things that I'm going to come across throughout a good portion of this adventure, and Dwergar and you know, drow and you name it, like all of these things that are evil and are, you know, out to get me, and it's not going to protect me from them at all. So that one, I mean, as I said, there are some undead coming up, but it's not a huge amount, so might not be worth it. Hex, make your attacks deal an additional 1d6 of necrotic damage to the target and give it disadvantage. So you have to cast it first on the target, and then any additional attacks you do after that will do additional necrotic damage and give it disadvantage on ability of your choosing. And I mean, you can then cast a spell on someone new, but it's another concentration spell, and I don't like concentration spells. Hellish Rebuke, react to your next attacker with flames that deal 2 to 10 fire damage. So basically, you cast this, I think it's like on yourself, and the next person who attacks you gets 2 to 20 damage back. And I don't know how long that lasts for. It doesn't tell you, so it almost feels like you could cast it now and it's just until you get attacked. I don't know. But because it's so ambiguous, I don't know that I like it. I don't really think Expeditious Retreat is all that great because it's only going to save him. It's not going to save anyone else. Command. Everyone raves about command because you can tell someone to flee or move closer or freeze or drop their weapon. But you tell them to drop their weapon and the next round they just pick it back up again. So, I don't know. And Charm, I don't really like Charm either, so I don't want to take Burning Hands because I don't want to get that close, but we have identified that we are a bunch of arcane spellcasters and it is possible that everyone's going to get very close to it. Technically, you probably can pick up the weapon before they do, but that assumes that you are right in front of them. You can cast command from 18 meters away, so they can be all the way on the other side of the battlefield, and you can tell them to drop their weapon, or to drop to the ground, or to freeze, or whatever. But they only do that for one turn. So, sure, if you or one of your companions is close enough to pick up the weapon, yeah, maybe that helps. Your best option is to tell them to flee, and so they will run away for their next turn, and then they will turn around and come back. And that at least gives you time to do something while they are running away. But I don't really like to do, I don't know, I don't like things that frighten opponents and make them run away. I mean, this is forcing them for one turn to move away from you, which I suppose isn't too bad. Yeah, if you've got someone else who's up in their face, that's fine. Use command, get them to drop their weapon and have your companion pick it up. But I don't remember if them picking up the weapon is a bonus action or a full action. And so you have to be careful with that as well, because I think it's only a bonus action. You can't equip it, but it's probably only a bonus action. So you will be able to still attack. But yeah, just be wary of it, that it's not like you can just, it's not like normally, like you can loot a body that's right next to you when you're in the middle of combat and the game doesn't care, which is stupid. It shouldn't do that. So I think I will take command while we're talking about it. But yeah, you can loot a body and it doesn't count in your actions, but picking up a weapon like that, like if your weapon, if someone knocks your weapon from your hand, it takes an action. I think it's a bonus action. I don't think it's a full action, but it does take up some of your turn to pick it back up. Because nobody else, do we really need beast speech? Well, we do if we want the bugbear and the dog in our party. Or I just have to buy, have to keep speak with animal potions or scrolls. Let's not worry about it. Let's do Repelling Blast and Agonizing Blast as we normally do. They're the two best invocations. And we're not going to replace... Oh, actually, what spells does he have at the moment? No, those two are all right. We're not going to change those out. Okay. I am going to take a super quick break. I will be right back. Just hang on a sec.
And again.
All right.
And swing and...
We are back. We've got some stuff to sell. And then, actually, is there anything we need to do to... Okay, let's... Okay, and you've got your rapier and your padded armor. Now, of note, theoretically, because Gale is a human, he has proficiency with light armor and shields. Now, I've gone and made him an abjuration specialist in the wizard thing. What is that? Gale is not a level 2 white dragonborn, whatever the hell that means. I am a white dragonborn. Where's Gale's spells? There. Well, that's obviously a bug. It's got all of us as being white dragonborns. What I was going to say is I have made Gale a abjuration wizard, which means he is he's going to be using mage armor a lot because that gives him bonuses to protection. If you weren't doing that and you didn't want to use mage armor, because at the moment his armor class is 14, he's got the best armor class out of anybody. But because he's a human, he can wear light armor. So padded armor, leather armor, studded leather. I think that's all of them. But there are multiple types of light armor, and you could give any of those to Gale and he can still cast spells in them, which is a little unusual. But because he is a wizard, he is a human, sorry, that is possible. Oh, I didn't really mean for you to talk.
I saw you at the gates. A few words for the kids? Spare a story or two. Thanks.
Never a dull moment.
Let's come down and talk to this guy. Not that it really matters, but...
Step, parry, strike, tap. Nothing. I need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
I don't really have a bonus to any of those, so let's just go detect thoughts, because that is at least...
He was only a boy. And I just froze. You really know what you're doing. But I'll keep at it. Oh, yes. I'll bite my tongue.
Yeah, you do that. Right, so there's a couple of things here we can search. No, it's not worth it. It's just junk. Bedroll, no. What's in the backpack? No, don't want that. What's in the vase? Don't want that. Is there a viable summoner / necromancer? No and yes is my answer to that. If you want to play a summoner, no, there is not. There is very little in the way of summoning spells. I think necromancy... I'm not even sure how many necromantic, like, summoning undead actual spells there are. Hang on, let's have a look. Come on, where are they? Well, it'll be on, if I go to classes and then go to wizard.
Remember, you have teeth and claws. Use them.
As if you choose the necromancy school, you can summon undead. And as far as spells go, though, there's really not... There's Animate Dead at level 3, wizard spell. And create undead at level 6. And that's it. So there's only a couple of spells, but as a necromantic wizard, you do get some abilities. There's Grim Harvest, which gives you back some health if you kill something, and you can then, at level 6, you can create undead thralls. So when you use Animate Dead as a necromancer, you actually get 2 dead, not 1, as a necromantic wizard. But if you don't want to do necromancy, if you want to just be a conjurer and summon, you know, like if you've played games like Pathfinder Kingmaker, so either of the Pathfinder computer games, or if you've played, well, you know, Skyrim and Oblivion and stuff like that. In Skyrim and Oblivion, most of the, in my opinion, in Skyrim, in all of the Elder Scrolls series, conjuration is necromancy. Full stop. Like, conjuration is a combination of either necromancy or devil worship, Daedra worship as they call it, or both. And that's it. There is nothing else to the school. So when you, in Skyrim, for example, there's only 3 things that you can summon in the Conjuration School. You can summon Daedra, which is Fire Atronachs, Frost Atronachs, Storm Atronachs, and some actual Daedric beings. I can't remember the names of them. There's a couple of them that you can do. Or you can summon undead, or there is a wolf and a bear that you can summon. But both of those are actually like ghost versions of a wolf and a bear. So you're really doing necromancy. You're not like grabbing a wolf from the wild and bringing it to you to fight for you. You're actually summoning the spirit of a wolf from Oblivion and bringing it into the real world. So in those games, it's all bad stuff. But what I'm getting at is here, if you want to be a conjurer and you want to summon some animals or monsters, so like if you've played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, if you've played Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, if you've played Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, in all of those games there were options to summon animals or monsters in various spells. In fact, in the Pathfinder games, pretty well every spell level, there was summon monster level 1, summon monster level 2, summon monster level 3, summon monster level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, etc. And it just summoned a creature that was progressively more stronger than the previous level. There is none of that here. As a conjurer, there is at level 4? No, level 5. Conjure Elemental. And that's about it. Like, there are no, like, creatures, monsters, animals, things that you can summon that aren't undead to help you. They just don't exist. Now, there might be mods that you can get which might do it, but in the base game, and that's something that I've actually found a little bit weird, because if I was playing this character setup, right, this party setup in something, and I have done this before, if I was playing Pathfinder Kingmaker, for example, another game I have not finished, but if I was playing that and I'm playing with a full party of Arcane spellcasters, every one of my Arcane spellcasters would know spells to summon animals at some point, so that in battle I could just first thing one of them would do would be summon those animals, and you can say summon them right over there, right in front of the enemy that I've got, so that they can act as a block. I don't have to worry, because the biggest problem I have in this game when I was playing as my group of rangers, we all had animal companions, and you know where those animal companions always were? In the back, because they were following me everywhere. You couldn't have your party layout and say always put the animals in front and everything else in the back, so that whenever combat started I had to move them up from the rear, and if there was a choke point like this, they might not be able to get past everybody else. So that is a real problem in this game, but there's nothing. You don't really, if you just want to be a beast master who summons, a wizard who summons beasts and monsters and stuff, not undead, you don't want to do any of that necromancy stuff, but you just want to summon beasts and creatures and stuff to attack your enemy, you can't. They're just not there. They do exist in the base rules, but not as often. The spells aren't there as much as they used to be. So they used to be, pretty well every level of the game there was a spell that would summon stuff, but not anymore. All right. So,
What's here?
Let's just quickly search through all of this. Grab that. Grab all of that. After we finish in this general area, the next thing I'm trying to decide what to do is I need to come back over here and do the ruins because we need to get, we don't need to, no, actually we do need to. We need to get withers in our party because we're either going to take Karlak, whatever her name is, in the party and turn her into a bard, or we're going to bring in one of the hirelings, and either we're going to bring in the bard hireling who's a halfling, or we're going to take in someone else. But we need another spellcaster, and we've already got a sorcerer, a wizard, and a warlock. So our options are either double up or, I mean, we could take, I could have had Astarion in the group and taken him down the Arcane Trickster path, but I don't like Astarion. I could have kept, or I could have brought Lizelle into the group and brought her down the Eldritch Knight group path, but I don't like Lizelle. And ultimately, I could, if I'm going to modify Karlak, I could turn her from a barbarian into a fighter, and then get her into the Eldritch Knight that way. But I think a bard might be more interesting. I don't normally play bards. Well, I mean, when I was doing Pathfinder Kingmaker, I'd always have Lindsay the bard in my party because it was just easier to keep her in there.
You ain't gonna shoot.
Put it.
That's.
She didn't kill.
You're mine.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin.
You move.
Very good.
Hate me for this, but he's not here. Don't you? Damn. Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies? God.
It's all right, Ark.
I guess we'll talk to her, but it doesn't really matter.
Ain't sure. They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the absolutest gold from the sky she is. And if they got a hot, could probably.
I'd sooner swig a flask of acid than anything a goblin cooks up.
It's get me out of here, and I'll tell you where to suit you.
All right, what do you got to say?
Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments. An inn in Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death. Oh, maybe. In any case, out came a crossbow and a hush. In a place, mind you, I'll drink to that.
Yeah, I've done that before. I know what that's all about. Sorry if you haven't, but I want to get moving on this because I've started again and it feels like I need to get moving, even though I don't really. Oh, no, don't go there yet. Let's loot the rest of this stuff first, because there's a whole bunch of weapons over there. So I don't know if anyone else has done this or not, but if you are playing the game, the guys at the gate that you helped rescue, you'll notice that the combination of actions that I did resulted in them deciding they've had enough and leaving. That's actually a good option to do, because if you do that, they leave a whole heap of stuff over here. If you don't, they're sitting over there, so you can't take any of this. So it works out, if they leave, that stuff over there is all free for the picking.
Might be useful.
In particular, that's a heavy crossbow there, worth a bit of money, and a mace. Alright. I said before that I'm not going to pick locks, and we currently don't own any knock spells. So, oh, that's 50 points of damage. This is going to take a while. Okay, coders, thanks. We'll see you later. This isn't going to work. I'm going to have to pick the lock. Damn it. I was hoping just to break my way in with a spell and not have to bother picking the lock. I'm still going to do that. Anytime I come across a chest or whatever, if I can blow it apart with magic rather than pick my way in, well, that's going to happen. Or if I can open it with a magic spell. I mean, I probably won't know it. It'll probably be Gale in the long run who I will get to learn the spell. But if he can do it, then we will let him do it.
You, fancy best to fill your belly now. Well, you've been on hard times too, huh? That doesn't...
Talk to you.
It's a... Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. You take a sup of that and you'll feel right as rain.
As you
I swear you're still as peaky looking. Oh, I'm the white. What is it, Petal? What's wrong?
As you
I've ne'er a potion or lotion here that could do it, but... Oh, whatever do you mean, Petal? I was quite... I must say, but enough nattering. Be careful.
Right, so we'll go and do her quest a little bit later.
I could use the target practice.
Okay.
Damn druids. Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel. Of sort, learned on. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Alright, so get rid of all of this. Do I swap Gale to using the brimmed hat, or do I keep what he's got? Don't want that. Scroll of Vivify, we want that, we don't want that, we don't want that, we don't want that. All those. What have you got that I might want? Hand crossbow +1. God, this is annoying. Stupid bloody interface. We got padded armor +1. Chain is now medium armor. You don't have any starbs. Oh, that's right. Auntie Ethel has a staff to buy.
Hello, Petal. Hey, bother.
So she has Corellian's Grace. Just basically all I care about is it's going to give me a +2 to save throws. For the moment, that'll do. That's fine. I'll take that. Sell that to her. Sell that as... No, I don't want to buy that. Almost bought that by mistake. We will buy that, and I'll buy the potions of healing.
Take care now, sweetie.
I don't know. I feel like that hat... I know that this hat here looks more traditional wizardy because it's got the droop on the end of it. I kind of think it looks stupid. Maybe we'll do it that way. We can't sell this brass locket. I'm going to drop it. And we're going to send all of that to camp. If I take 6 out of that, no, 4 out of that, split another 2 out of that, there we go. That'll be for Karlach when we recruit her. Alright, I think we'll go and get Karlach right now. Even though she'll be a barbarian initially, we will then have to go through the... Gonna have to go through the Lost Temple, whatever you call it, to get Withers out, so that we can then change her to a bard. I think that's what we'll do. Why am I letting Gale lead the party?
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat. Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm.
These tracks of goblins?
Yeah, I don't particularly like that about this story as well, is you've basically got Will, Gale, and maybe Karlach. But definitely Will and Gale, who are basically saying, I used to be a higher level adventurer, and now I'm this low level guy. And it's like, that makes no sense. I hate that so many games have this thing where you used to be something special. I mean, so many games. Part of it is I'm going back to, years and years and years ago. But it was a very common thing, particularly... if you played like the Ultima series of games, you'd play one of the Ultimas and you'd finish that and you'd start the next one, and it's like, well, why am I not high level? I was high level in the last one, and even if you imported your character, it wouldn't let you. You'd end up going back to this low level character again. It's like, what's the point of that?
You're a true soul. You can't die. Please.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Oh joy, I need to rest to get my illithid powers, so I can't actually...
He's hurt badly. I'm watching. The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirm. Useless.
Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
Why are you out here?
We're looking for fugitives, survivors from that ship that crashed farther. You! Brenna, kill him!
Very good. Alright, Will. Up there. Oh, I need to set up your things. We want your reaction, and then Warlock, and then Custom. And I mean, if you don't put Eldritch Blast there as number 1 and use it every damn chance you get, then there's something really seriously wrong with you. Because it is the bread and butter of a Warlock. Even if you do miss with it a lot. Ooh, what did she just do? Commanded him to halt. But he managed to make his saving throw. Alright. If she's going to be using spells, I didn't even realize she had those abilities. She's a novice of the Absolute, so she's potentially a cleric or something similar. And I suppose he is as well. Yeah. Now, my best bet is to kill him if I can. But I don't have any spell slots left. So, it really is do as much damage as possible.
I won't give in.
Actually, I had some scrolls on. Oh no, I didn't actually. Only grease would have done anything. That was pitiful. Was that 2 damage?
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay, this is not going well. We should have rested. Okay, at least that did work. Let's try and finish him, please. Very good. She keeps trying and Will keeps saving. Critical miss.
Well,
God
so much
damn. Alright. She's half dead. Can we finish this, Will, please? We can. Thank you.
Strange pat most cool. This body seems why let its host's memories go to waste. The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience, your muscles loosen. The tadpole breaks free of its deceased host.
Oh, it ran away. That's fine. I don't want the broken shaft of the spear, but we'll take the rest of this. What have you got? Yeah, we'll take all of that. And we'll take all of that. We are supposed to rest. But Karlak is just over there.
Better than nothing.
Let's take a short rest.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Let's get you to get back. A spell slot. And quite frankly, I've got some sorcery points. I should be able to create a spell slot as well. And we'll get some of his stuff back on a short rest anyway.
Is ash and meat. These boots have seen everything.
We're not going to go into the owlbear lair yet, I don't think. I just want to go immediately over to where Karlach is and recruit her, and then we'll rest.
Open up.
Although we could come over here to where the dog is, but we don't have any way to speak to animals at the moment. I don't need that. We have to go past the dog to get to Karlach. All right. Well, if we can't get Scratch in our group, well, actually, we can just ignore him. Toll collector's key.
A key? Wonder
Go.
what it opens.
Quick save.
What's up for
Oh,
discussion?
let's go. Whoops, I thought that was... Alright, here it is.
One horn. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
You're the devil we've been hunting, Karlach, right?
Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the Blade of Frontiers, but I...
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out...
Another vision. Karlach's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Stand down, you saw what I saw.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
Karlach's not a devil and you know it.
Listen to sense now. I don't want this to end badly for either of us. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Truce then, eh?
Aye. Truce.
I'm Karlach, but you already knew that. And you are...
The Dark Urge.
Well met, soldier. Nice to meet a friendly around here.
What a pretentious
Tough going
name.
so far. I may not be a devil, but I can put the Blade's reputation to work. How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. Turns out, I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going. Fuck yes. Then...
She's, perhaps a little...
I'll hug you. Whew.
Do you have any clue where we are in relation to Waterdeep?
From this So, Will. Now that we've made...
Not so much a story as a pantomime. And I've played my...
Go on.
It means that a reckon... You're close. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted. You're not in any...
Well, here's the thing. It's going to happen very, very soon because...
Intestines throb.
We are going back to the camp.
Whispers.
And... we are going to rest, which means... you are probably going to have your interaction. I didn't want to pick up that. Let's drop that. Can she wear that? She can, but what? How? Oh, unarmored defense. Right, I forgot barbarians get that. Well, that's fine. You've got a level. Let's do that. Not that it matters, because A, she just gets some hit points. How is she now level 3? Aren't we all level 3? Because if we're level 3, Will should be level 3, and we should be able to select what type of... I'm going to choose this wild magic, even though I don't really want it. Because we're rebuilding her soon anyway. Is... she's level 3 and the rest of us are level 2. What the... how does that work? Alright. We want to go back to Emerald Grove.
Those paladins I need to stomp are that away.
Yeah, I know. We'll do it in a little while.
We're still going after those paladins, right? Can't leave. Good news.
Yes. We're gonna have a rest first.
I'm so glad I found. Wait! I'm Althera, a bard from the Grove. I don't mean any harm.
I don't know what this is all about. Something wrong? Are the tieflings all right?
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks to you. That's why I'm here. When I'd heard what you'd done, it inspired me. Made me feel brave again. I want to join you. To fight by your side. I want to help people. As you've helped us.
I didn't know she could be a companion.
I've been running since El Terrell. And when we finally arrived at the Grove, we found danger there too. Unless I hide away from the world, I can't avoid it. So I'd rather face it head on. With you.
I mean, I definitely want her in my party if she's a bard, but I don't want to sound too... Because that first option sounds to me like romance option.
Really? Oh, this is wonderful.
Wonderful. The more the merrier.
I won't let you down. I promise.
So... Does that mean I can add you to the roster?
This is so exciting.
You open your eyes with a lurch, and you are not in your bed. You stand above a body which is in a state of gore nearly beyond recognition.
Right.
That brave girl who earnestly swore to devote her life to your cause. Her blood covers you, and its warmth feels like the embrace of an old friend. You recall nothing of how you ended up here, but your head pounds and aches.
Let's have a look and see if we can work out what the hell is going on.
There are dozens and dozens of wounds on the corpse. The killer did not stop savaging it, even when she was long gone. And your dominant arm aches. It aches from stabbing over and over. No matter how it appears, the body is there, and her blood is on your hands. The question flows through your mind. Who are you, really, that you could be guilty of such bitter business? Something wicked must have woken you. The contemptible pervert within must have lavished slash after slash upon the girl. But where, oh where could that monster have come from? If only you knew yourself better. You don't have much time for reflection now. You need to act. You may only have a few moments before the others awaken and begin to cast blame for the hot sin before you.
I'm not going to hide.
Your misdeed is bright and clear as the dawning day.
By the gods themselves. What kind of nightmare is this? You're the one who cried out for us. You must have seen something.
And it looks like you've been showering in gore. How'd that happen, huh?
I'm going to say something I'm confident we're all thinking. Was this your doing?
I don't know what happened. I woke up and she was dead.
I'm going to make the obvious point that you are covered in blood, friend. Point the finger where you will, but you're the one we've caught red-handed. This is not beyond the remit of what the parasite might command.
The worm in your head has never slept more peacefully. You know in your heart it was something deeper, hungrier.
I don't know. It could have been the tadpole.
If the parasite is truly to blame, we must be more vigilant than ever and hope this affliction spreads no further. I'm keeping my eye on you.
An uneasy feeling lingers in the air. As the Inquisition departs, you are left alone with a familiar headache.
I will gain control. I'll save the next innocent victim.
Your instinct screams against the saccharine thought. You feel close to fainting again.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to sell the other loot. Yeah, I was disappointed, actually. I thought I was going to get a bard as a companion. I'm like, oh, great, a bard. Cool. No. All right. Let's go and get Withers out of this dungeon. And you'll notice I'm avoiding Lizelle and those guys over there because I don't want to have anything to do with that. Let's go down this way. Can you get rid of these with a frost bolt? You cannot. All right.
One with the weave.
No one stopped me yet.
What's that?
All right. All of those can go to Gale. And for right now, he is going to learn... He can't. Why not? I thought that was a first level spell. He already knows that. Must be second level spell. I wish it would tell, like I've mentioned before, it needs to explain that.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Don't know if this is going to cause problems or not, but let's try and get that out of our way before we do anything else.
Despite everything. Best be on my way.
You're both twice as tall as me, but have half the bloody backbone.
But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt?
I'm telling you, it's a ship. And the crypt can wait. Mari and Barton have been trying to break in for days. Now we... Stop! Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship.
I mean no harm, I'm just looking around.
First you look, then you touch, then you take. The only thing we're sharing with you is our pointy ends. Get him!
All right, let's finish this off nice and easy.
No word. Moving.
This is my time.
Oh, she does have a crossbow. I didn't realise she did. You're probably not going to be able to shoot that mage up there. Where are they? I cannot see the mage. Oh, all the way up there. Are you going to be able to get in position to do that? No. And you're not going to be able to shoot him. No, you are, actually. Very nice. And you killed him too. Have to be able to... Well, I don't have magic missile, but I was thinking magic missile would be good, but you have to be able to see them with magic missile, so that's not going to work. And I can't fly until after I have cast...
Don't waste a step.
A first level spell. So, and that's not got a decent angle for a shot there either. So, I might get you to come back around this way. We've got a couple of scrolls of grease, so why don't we chuck a grease on these stairs over there? So that if she tries to come down them,
Now this is my happy place.
she will slip and fall.
Jimmy on the go.
No holding back.
No, not enough. Let's just leave you there. See what they're going to do. All right. How many hit points? 9. Now we... Oh, I get a level up, but the other guys don't. This is really odd. Normally, I've always had everybody level up at the same time. Okay, so we get some second level spells. What to get? I know what I want to take. And that's Cloud of Daggers. But let's see what else we got. Darkness, no. I can't take Cloud of Daggers though, because it's not one of the spells that I should be taking. I said I'm only going to take cold, shock, or thunder, or maybe water spells. Any spells that fit the storm sorcery idea. Shatter is a thunder spell, so that's in the running. See invisibility. Well, general purpose things like see invisibility, yes, but no. Can't take Asgrin Scorcher, that's fire. Phantasmal Force, no. Misty Step, I could take that, no. Mirror Image, no. Knock, we want someone to have knock, but I don't want to take it as my main thing because that feels wrong. Maybe next level. Invisibility, no. Whole person, no. Gust of Wind, yes. That one I could take because that is, you know, a storm. Enlarge Reduce, no. Enhance Ability, no. Detect Thoughts, no, 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 and no. So it really looks like it's Shatter is the main one that I'm going to take there. And then I get another meta magic. Now there's some new ones here. Subtle Spell. Can cast spells while silenced. Yeah, that would be nice. Quickened Spell. Spells that cost an action cost a bonus action instead. This one is a really good spell because using this, you can cast 2 spells in 1 round. So that one I definitely want at this level. Replace spell. Here's where it gets interesting. Very soon, I'm going to get a whole... I think... Well, it's not very soon. I think it's level 6. I get given a whole bunch of these storm spells. And one of those is Thunder Wave. I should really get rid of the Thunder Wave and take something else. Let me just confirm what level that is at. Classes. Sorcerer, Storm Sorcery at level 6. Yeah, I get Call... Oh, actually, no. Oh, yeah, Thunder Wave is one of them. Yes. Call Lightning, Sleet Storm, Gust of Wind, Create or Destroy Water, and Thunder Wave. I get all of those at level 6. I've got plenty of levels to do that. I haven't got any of those other spells yet at all, so I can keep that for now. And that's not a problem. All right.
What's inside?
Got all... I'll take all of that.
If not over, then through.
Grease has disappeared. Let's grab all of this. More spells for Gale. Send all that to camp. Oh, those 4 need to go to Karlach. And we'll send that to camp as well. There we go. Sleep. Mage Armor. I haven't cast your Mage Armor this level. Thunder Wave. I think we should...
Seek and you shall find me.
You should definitely use that rather than using up one of your spell slots. There we go. And so you're now back to 3 arcane wards again.
Should mind my step.
Let's go and just uncover this. Yeah, there we go. Dig that up. All right.
Ready and willing.
iron is hot.
Any more? I can't remember if there's any more up there.
Wretched
Guess we'll
thing.
find out
Pull
in a moment.
yourself together.
No, there isn't. That's all right. Good.
Dream in red.
Yeah, take all of that. Take all of that. Send to camp. Alright, the only way we're going to get through this door down here is picking it. We don't have a knock spell. We don't have anyone who knows a knock spell. Unfortunately, Gale... Sorry, no, Gale doesn't have a level yet, so we can't even give him the knock spell. You watch, we'll get through the door. And I should have sent that to camp as well. We'll get through the door and he'll get a level. And we won't have to worry about it. I don't need that shovel because I've already got one. Let's do a full save. And a quick save just to be thorough. Actually, let's just really quickly... no, that's not what I wanted. That. No, that. Character sheet. Oh no, that is what I want. Sleight of hand. Okay. We've all got basically the same. Although... we've all got exactly the same dexterity. Okay. Very good. Let's...
Come on, open up.
Yes, we got through. Very good. All right.
You're dead!
Still breathing, despite everything. How much further can I go?
No. Well, I was incorrect. We didn't get a level immediately. How far? Well, Gale and Will are very close. 19 left to get their level. There we go.
No more prayers.
I could go through all of these books and everything. I really don't care. I just want what's in that trunk. Because it is worth a little bit. And let's grab some of this food around the table.
I'll take that.
And that'll do. I don't care about anything else in here. Normally I take that painting, but I mean, it's only worth 35 gold. It's not a big deal. I don't know if a chromatic orb with thunder on it will cause that barrel to explode. not into flames. That's what I wanted to know. So, I really don't have a good option there.
Time to press ahead.
Except that I do have Shatter. If I cast Shatter on those guys... it killed them both. So even though we didn't settle that on fire, it had the same effect. Uh-oh. No.
I'm going to enjoy this.
No holding back. Making my move.
This is going to be a bit of a waste. I was hoping maybe the explosion might have done something to him, but anyway. Don't actually know how he survived that, but anyway.
It's go time. Boom!
Battle favors the fearless. Let me recite their demise. Onward.
No, actually, let's just use a firebolt.
No holding back.
Because between that and hopefully a decent Eldritch Blast hit, that will finish. Alright, I'm the only one who really got injured. Oh, levels. Yes, let's do that. Gain 2 spells. So let's go knock, definitely. And then what abjuration spells are there? That's... So... Arcane Lock is abjuration. Alright. That's illusion. I haven't tried Flaming Sphere. That feels like something I should be trying at some point. In fact, let's do it. Let's get Flaming Sphere. And then in preparing the spells, we'll get rid of sleep. And let's add knock in, because I feel like I'm going to need it. And let's get Flaming Sphere so we can test it out as well. So by default, the Pact Boon actually doesn't have one. That summon allows you to summon a animal, imp, or quasit. This allows you to summon a blade or make your current blade a pact weapon. And this gives you spells, guidance, vicious mockery, and thorn whip. Well, we're going down that path. Guidance cantrip, vicious mockery cantrip, and thorn whip cantrip. 1d6 pulls the creature. Yeah, we'll never use any of those, but anyway, level 2, Cloud of Daggers. Yes, please. You don't also know knock, do you? You know shatter, Scorching Ray, Ray of Enfeeblement, Misty Step, Mirror Image, Invisibility, Hold Person, Enthrall, Darkness, Crown of Madness, and Blindness. We'll probably get several of us to get Hold Person at some point as well. Alright, so we're all level 3 now, which is good. Grab that.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, grab all of that. I don't want the torch. Burning Hands scroll. Some thieves' tools. Hang on a sec. Let's give that to Gale. Pretty much the rest of this. Let's drop that. And I think the rest of that can all go to camp. There we go. And all of that can go to camp. Gale.
At the ready.
You can now learn that. Costs us 100 gold, which isn't great, but we've got... Oh, you don't have any. But that's alright. I shouldn't have bothered with that, because we're never going to use it. Does he already know? No, he doesn't know Burning Hands, so let's learn that. He already knows that one. He already knows that one. Oh, now he can learn Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and it's only a first level spell. Why could he not learn it before? And you already know that. So, yeah, I thought Tasha's Hideous Laughter was a first level spell. Alright.
Looking ahead.
We gotta go through here.
I'll give it a shot.
And there's more. Do I still have my light? It doesn't really say. Why does it not, like, put it down there? Maybe it's that little bit there? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, don't want any of that. All we want to do is loot this guy. And yeah, we'll take all of that. But we'll send it all to camp. There we go. We do need a short rest. At least I do.
Nothing.
all we want from down here is whatever's in here. 2 gold pieces and whatever's in here, and then finding that.
What's that?
4 gold pieces. Wonderful.
Old undisturbed crypt. Nice.
Can't slow down.
Protection from good versus evil, good and evil. That can go to Gale as well, and he can learn that. It's an abjuration spell, so he learns it for half the cost. Very nice. And we've got a spare copy of it that we can cast if we need to without having to... Oh, I don't think I've ever noticed that skeleton there. Is it really worth going through all of this headache here? I do not know. But I'm going to split myself off initially. Actually, no. Everyone come with me, because I want everybody to be able to help discover all of the traps.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with...
Nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here.
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here.
Alright, so the question is, do we bother disarming everything? Because as long as we disarm that trap there, we're good. Nothing else. Like, that is the one that sets off all the other traps. If you can disarm that trap, none of the other ones go off, I don't believe. So we'll leave everybody there. We shall quick save, and we shall disarm that. Only just. And there we go. That is all we had to do to get through that. We do want to send that to camp. Thought I sent all of that to camp as well, but I didn't.
There's something good here. Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so
Oh, protection.
expressive about their words that they commanded protection.
Alright, we can do that this time, I guess. I have never done this before, but we've got enough of those protection scrolls that we can potentially protect all of us.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
Your desire. Let's give this a try.
Okay, I'll read that one.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
Ooh, we've got a knock spell that we can use. Oh, that's right. We've now got... Will now has a guidance cantrip which can help us.
A loose page comes. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list, but of gods. The last three entire
No time to rest.
That and that go to Gale. That to that go to camp. I'm positive I sent those to camp before, some of those. The first of the soul coins.
Moving in.
That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. Walked right out of a legend.
Right, let's get up here.
What's that?
You have my attention.
Cast that on Dark Urge. Cast that on Arlak. Why are you not? There we go. Cast that on Will. Oh, he can only concentrate on one at a time? God damn it. It requires concentration. You'd think if it was off a scroll, it wouldn't need concentration. But it does.
Still alive. So that's progress.
So annoying. I was hoping I could just give us all protection from undead. I could have. The way I would have had to do it was we each do it to ourselves.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
Let my enemies fall.
Yeah, one down.
Creator, destroyer.
Maybe we'll wait a second. Let's move me over to here. There's that guy there. He has 19 hit points. Chromatic Orb or Shatter. There's no one else around him, so I think Chromatic Orb is probably the better option to begin with. Force Thunder.
I'll strike you down.
6. Not great.
No bloom, all doom.
Not terrible either, really.
Outflank, outsmart.
Oh, actually, let's be really, really sneaky.
My turn. Down the hatch.
Now, I was hoping they'd finish up in the water, because then I can cast... If I cast any shock spells on them, it'll shock everybody in the water. And that's not because I'm a storm sorcerer, that's because that's the way it works. Good. One less to worry about. He's too close. Critical miss. Not surprising. Thunder wave. Go. Had to be careful to make sure it didn't hit Gale as well.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Surprised they're not using silence. Actually, Cloud of Daggers, I was hoping it filled more area. It's not going to do enough. I wanted to do both of them. Dead.
Nothing important is ever easy.
I applaud your taste.
Let's move.
All right.
On my feet.
That went reasonably well. Let's do a second short rest.
That put the wind back in my sails.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
And there is our amulet of lost voices for speaking to the undead. Speaking to the dead, sorry. Send to camp.
So, now, I have a question for thee. What is the curious? Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
That is a very depressing answer, and I could say that because that's a unique one to this situation, being the Dark Urge. Let's see what it says.
A life and how it is lived are different equations. Very well. We have met. We will.
Yeah, I know that doesn't matter really what you do, you get the same result. False life. I don't know if that is a spell that Gale can learn or not. I guess we will find out.
For now.
He can. Let's learn it. We don't need it, but it's there. Is there anything else he hasn't learnt yet? Ray of Enfeeblement. And I'm pretty sure he knows all the others. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Alright.
Let's get going.
So we've searched that. Why is there a yellow circle there? Can we... We can fast travel. Very good. We're going to go back into the camp, the grove, but then we're going to go and camp and rest so that A, we can get all our levels and everything back, and B, we can convert Karlach to a bard. And then 3, sell everything that we've collected. Because, yeah, that would make sense. The problem will be is we don't have a magical instrument for her. Yes, we do. Will she be able to play the instrument of that bard that died? I wonder. I don't think we've sold the other one, though. There was 2 instruments on her. So let's go to camp.
There are important matters to discuss.
And let's talk to Withers.
Moment to talk.
We meet. I shall be here in thy camp. For whenever thou hast should thou or any of thy companions, because it is my calling. There is little else. A matter of coin. Then I shall wait here patiently.
Actually, how much coin do I have? I forgot to... We got 600. Not a problem. We can afford to change Karlach to a bard. We will save first, though.
Ah, I shall be here in thy camp.
Change my
As
class,
thou
please.
desire.
A bard. I don't know. I've never been a big one on bards, but they cast arcane spells, and we're a party of arcanists. So let's do it. Vicious Mockery and Blade Ward. I guess Vicious Mockery makes sense, and we might take Light as well. We might be using her a fair bit to cast Light. She's going to be in our back row after all. Spells. Heroism. Make yourself or a target immune to frighten and gain 5 temporary hit points. How useless is that? We're definitely going to take Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Oh, you can get Speak with Animals. Yes, please. And you have Healing Word, which is not too bad. And Dissonant Whispers. Frighten a creature. They have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and they cannot move. I don't know. Animal Friendship, Bane, Charm, Cure, Fairy Fire, Feather Fall. I think I'd like that instead as your default spells, please. And then your starting instrument, a violin, a lyra, a lute, a flute, or a hand drum. I think a lute. And then your abilities. Charisma, intelligence, constitution. Let's do that, I think. I mean, you're going to be using charisma for spells anyway. So just that little bit extra in dex is probably good. I mean, it would be nice to get constitution up there to 14 as well. Yeah, we'll do that. 10 hit points, plus 3 to initiative because of your dexterity, which means she's probably going to end up going first out of any of our companions because she's got the highest dex now. And then here, she's already got a bonus to sleight of hand. Persuasion, performance, deception. Let's get rid of deception and go sleight of hand, and she can be our lockpicking expert from now on. And then level her up. She gains another spell. So this time we might take... I was going to say sleep, but sleep very quickly ends up becoming pretty pointless. So maybe Dissonant Whisper is... Because, I mean, it does psychic damage and frightens them. And if they save, they still take half damage. They just don't get frightened. So maybe that is the better way to go. And then later on, we might take Fairy Fire as well. Okay, so... as part of her race, she gets Legacy of Avernus Searing Smite. Yeah, we're never going to use that. College of Law. Pursuit of Truth. Collecting knowledge from scholarly tomes to peasant tales and use your gifts to hold both audience and enemies spellbound. Cutting Words. Use your wit to distract a creature and sap its confidence. Or Valor. Combat Inspiration. Inspire an ally to 1d bonus to their attack rolls, ability checks, save throws, weapon damage, or armor class. College of... Does that require concentration? No. And then College of Swords, you gain a fighting style. I definitely think College of Law is where we want to go. So we need a spell, and we get second level spells now. Blindness, Calm Emotions, Cloud of Daggers, Crown of Madness, Detect Thoughts, Enhance Ability, Enthrall, Heat Metal, very situational but not bad, Hold Person. I think that's probably going to be it. Although Silence might be a good one too, but Hold Person is better than Silence, because Silence is really going to be useful against, you're immune to thunder damage as well. So you can use Silence on yourself if you think someone's going to use thunder damage against you, but it's really only useful against spellcasters. Shatter, See Invisible, Phantasmal Force, Lesser Restoration, and Knock. I mean, having someone else with a knock spell would eventually be good, but I think Whole Person right now is the important one. What does it say? There's still a choice pending. Oh, replace. Is it replace spell? No, Bard level up. We get to do some more skills. Okay. Sleight of hand, make it even better. And then I want all the passive sort of stuff because I'm not going to make her the main character to talk in combat. So things like persuasion, performance, intimidation and deception, I don't really want to have her using. So I think I'm better off giving her bonuses to things like perception, investigation and nature. The sorts of things that can be used just generally. All right. Now, I don't recall what gear she's allowed to use. Armor, light armor, simple weapons. We don't care about the weapons. She can't use that anymore. So we'll send that to camp. She can use that. And she's got her musical instrument. But we need to get her some actual armor. Thankfully, we have multiple shirts of leather armor right there. And what was her? Simple weapons and martial weapons. Long swords, rapiers, short swords. She's not proficient with scimitars. Interesting. We don't... Until we find something that is... Oh, it's a spear. It's a simple weapon. That's right. It's not worth giving her that. I'm only going to give her stuff that actually has... What's the difference in those two loots apart from the look of them? Nothing. I like the look of that one better. And then, of course, there's that one, which... I don't know. She probably can use it. But I think we'll just leave it there. I really wish this game would recognize that you've got food in, like you could say to this is going to be the food for, this is going to be the bag for food and all of the camp supplies. Like I've already got a fish there. If I get any more of those fish, they should just go in there and be added to that group. I shouldn't have to, even that would be a huge thing. Just, oh, let's add it to the stack because I've already got some of that in that bag. But it doesn't. And then I want those to go in there. Okay, that will do. That will do.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Let's end the day.
Hellsfire. She's coming.
And you know, gods damn it, anyone but her. Call me.
me and his. We had a. That's no Zariel. How precious. Clause Karlak meets the criteria, pet. Trust me on this.
You better not lay a finger on Karlak.
Don't you worry. That ship has.
Oil burns in the fires of a.
What the hells have you?
The promise broken. Get used to the now. Karlak. I'll be keeping mine. Oh, and Will. Don't forget.
I'll be honest. Been a long time since someone stuck their neck out for me like that. You could.
Something's on my mind.
God's damn. Just look at. I'd be not Zara.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment.
Half-truths and devil's packs.
I deserve that. It's Missouri before I was infected. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good. I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. I can tell you most all else, but the pact, But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Missouri, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proud. It was worth the sacrifice.
I have yet to find out what the full details of that are, but you've heard me talk already. Oh, look at that. A lovely circle where what's-her-name died. That's just obviously going to stay there for quite a while. You've heard me talk before about Will and being a warlock and how I think he's really not quite.
Chase the thought. You wonder what she looked like as she died. Squirming, skewered in abject agony. Your body barely complies. You feel such Why did she die? The mystery gnaws at your pounding heart.
Me lord, jubilant day. I have found your vile self at last. Sceleritas fell. Your loyal and ever-adoring butler. I followed you, my dear rotted master. We have been parted so tragically long.
What do you mean, my butler?
Oh, one hell of a butler. The most unprincipled servant you could hope for. You have always struggled to conduct yourself properly without me. I found you following the stench of that bard. She reeked across the coast like a piece of dog muck on the road.
Did you cause me to kill her?
Such fine work could never be done by a wretch like me. Anyways, I come once again bearing a part of your dreadful inheritance. You earned this iniquitous prize through your great show of exceptional violence the other night. I'm sure Master will be better soon. A fellow of your fine breeding is never down for long. I cannot wait until your next act of shameless barbarity.
There will be no more barbarity.
Death wants everything to do with you, good villain. Be true to yourself, my lord.
What did he give me? The Deathstalker Mantle, the shadow itself. Once per turn, when you kill an enemy, shroud yourself in primeval darkness to become invisible for 2 turns. No. Not interested in it. Let's grab all of this. Yep, I feel like it's all here because we don't want any of it. Right, let's leave camp. Aaron, my man.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
You can buy 500. Can you? Okay, sell all of that. How much? 38. I feel like you can buy a few things for 38. There we go. Do you have anything new that I might want? Scroll of Dark Vision. I mean, I could buy that for Gale. And Bone Chill. And Blink. And Melf's Acid Arrow. The problem is they all cost me that amount plus another 100 gold or whatever to learn. No robes, no more wizard staves or anything like that at the moment, and none of these magical weapons have like spells with them that we could use. All right.
Sylvanus be with you.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
You need to cast. Do you have a scroll of mage armor still? You don't. All right. And then you had Speak with Animals, so let's cast that. That's outside combat, so that can be a ritual. Actually, I've just realised there's a problem with what we've done with Karlach. Because she doesn't really have anything offensive as far as spells, so she, round by round, I mean,
Hell
I'm going to have to use her as a ranged combatant. It's not really the way I wanted to use her. I wanted everyone to cast spells. Maybe I might have to reconsider this and consider making her something else, like another wizard or another sorcerer.
I sensed an inferno around here.
I spent the devils with
I got lucky.
a little gift from Zariel.
Very hot by the smell of it. Might be burning out a piston ring or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Be my guest. But don't get too close or your eyes will melt shut.
Phew! You really are burning up. Whoever put that engine together tried to house metallogized demono valves inside a Ragnak's alloy casement. Very risky. I might be able to help. But I'd need infernal iron. And a prayer that my hammer will survive the work. That thing isn't meant to operate outside of Ernest. I'm not sure how much longer it'll keep running the way it's going.
Will you be able to turn down the temperature a little? Worried I'm gonna go in for a handshake and singe someone's arm off one of these days.
I'd worry about surviving the night first. But help one, help both. If we can cool you off, it'll stabilize your engine and allow you to touch whomever you please. I've sensed some during our travels. It has a pull to it. Absolutely magnetic, once you know what you're looking for. I can show you where I'd look. Meanwhile, I've still got plenty of weapons and armor in stock if you're looking to load up.
Uh-huh. Too much. All right. You do have more weapons now. Short sword +1. War pick. Quarterstaff +1. Not really all that useful. We didn't get a melee weapon for Karlak. I'm seriously reconsidering having her as a bard. I thought I'd be able to have her with an offensive cantrip, at least. I might have to make her a draconic sorcerer. Because I don't want her using... I don't want anybody using weapons. I want everybody to be using magic for everything. That's this build. That's the way this is supposed to be. And I don't want to make her a wizard because then I've got a competition between her and Gale as to who gets what spells. Yeah, Vicious Mockery. I know Vicious Mockery is offensive, but...
Forged from the heart.
Wanna dance?
True.
I mean, it only does 1d4 damage. I mean, I guess I can try it with that. I'll give it a try. If it's not working out, if I'm not happy with it, I can always re-roll her again as a sorcerer at any time. It's just that does so little damage, it almost feels like, what's the point of having her use it? Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. With the disadvantage as an element of control. I tend to have this feeling though that I'd rather kill them this turn, then disadvantage them next turn. So, yeah. I mean, I know I can use it situationally. The thing is that she's likely to be, given her high dexterity, she is likely to be earlier in the queue, earlier in the initiative list. So she's going to go first. 9 times out of 10, she's going to go first out of any of the companions. And applying this disadvantage to somebody behind her in the tree is a good thing, right? I know that. So she can find somebody who's going to have their turn after her in the round, and she can use this to give them disadvantage. I know that, but my strategy is always kill the person behind you in initiative so that they don't even get a turn, right? So there is an element of that. That is the way I would prefer to do it. So we will, let me go into custom. Let's grab that. Let's chuck that there as well. Hideous laughter and hold person. Maybe dissonant whispers as well. Yeah, I know. That's where I'm going with this. I'm trying to get a decent caster out of her, but it just feels like she doesn't have much punch initially when all of these guys are doing 1d8 to 1d12 of damage with their cantrips. Because I'm pretty sure Will's yeah, you got 1d10 plus 3 of damage from the Eldish Blast. We've got 1d10 of damage from the Firebolt. And we've got my 1d8 of damage from the Ray of Frost. Or 1d8 from Shocking Grasp if someone gets close enough to me. It just feels like the 1d4 is not doing very much. And as I said, I'd rather just eliminate them this round than have to worry about them next round. Yeah, we'll give it a go. We'll see how she goes. Let's come on down here. Oh, look at that.
What are you doing here? Are you following me?
Oh,
She hastily
definitely
tucks
not.
away an ornate box.
If I wanted a tail, I'd kill a cat.
Now, you'd kill a cat.
It's a hypothetical. At present, I have no particular need to kill a cat. So again, what are you doing here?
No need, but you would if you had a need. Try to survive. What else?
Fair point. Survival is the crux of it for now. I suppose you came here for the same reason I did.
You mean a healer?
Precisely. We need someone who can help rid us, but we'll have no such luck in this place, from what I've learned of it.
What's the artifact you're playing
A
with?
toy. It's not important.
If we survive the crash, there might be others. Found any?
No, but I haven't looked either. Staying alive kept me busy.
Has to be someone who can help
Grove
us.
is the home of the druid Halsin. Apparently, he's a reputed healer. He could probably help us. If only he hadn't gone missing.
Well, that's nice to know. But, yeah, not doing anything with you. You're not joining the party. Oh, did I also not mention I'm not going to be using Ithilid powers? I'm not going to be consuming tadpoles. Gale, my good man, can you knock this open for us? Thank you. Where is your knock spell? Don't you... No, it's not you. It's...
Defender of the people.
Hang on.
What to do?
Who had knock? I'm positive. There it is. There we go.
Can't give up now.
Oh, I didn't try and... Did I try and sell stuff to... I don't think I did. I just got so absorbed by the fact that he was talking to Karlak and doing her thing, which I've never seen before because I've never had her in my party around him before.
How fares the search?
Oh no, we did sell everything to him. At least I think we did. Can I sell that? No, insufficient gold, and you don't have anything that I want. Oh, I can't remember what I did 2 minutes ago. Well, 10 minutes ago, but, you know. Right. There's really nothing I want there. I mean, theoretically, Will might be able to use shields. Gale might be able to use shields, but I'm not going to do it. That's got Hunter's Mark, which if one of us is carrying that short bow, we can use Hunter's Mark. I mean, is that going to help us much? Mark a creature is your quarry to deal an additional 1d6 bludgeoning damage whenever you hit it with a weapon attack. Doesn't help if we hit it with a spell attack, so no good. What else? None of these have extra spells on them. I mean, that has that death promise, but it's not useful to us. Alright. I know we do find some infernal iron before too long, so I'm not worried about that at all. I don't remember where it is, but I know we do find some. So let's do that. Did we?
I swear that Ox's gaze is following me.
Making me sweat. Karlak incoming.
Huh? You're addressing me? A humble ox. How quaint. I suppose I did. Yes, a druid or two, I suppose. But the novelty remains fresh.
Something's off. This creature...
No. You are incapable.
Oh. Critical failure.
You don't want to know what I'm adept. Huh. Nothing here for you.
Be gone.
Another one. What? The keep there, and I cannot even eat it. Hide it. Sometimes I eat the shit.
Is that blood? No. Never mind.
We're exposed.
All right.
Any questions, children? Can't keep the goblins out forever.
Make our way down. Don't care about these kids. They're only selling junk anyway. I mean, maybe I could sell to them.
Whoa. Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky.
No. not interested in that.
Please, last room.
Let's do a full save.
Let my daughter go! Car, you, get back! No.
A moment.
What? You?
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
This is where the bard who was killed normally sits, is up here.
Seek and you shall find me.
At least things have stayed interesting.
And look at that. That's a hat just for a bard. I mean, it's going to look silly on her because she has horns, but...
Let me work my magic.
What was I thinking? There was something I was just thinking that I needed to do. Oh.
Lovely day, this.
Because we just used up his second level spells. You and your allies are revitalized. Did that give you back your... It did not. Well, why not? Oh, revitalize as though you had taken a short rest. So it basically gives you 3 short rests. So if I take another short rest, that should give you back... No. I thought it gave you back another arcane recovery charge. I thought wizards got arcane recovery back on short rest, not on long rest. Well, that's annoying. Do we want to go and take on the harpies right now? I think we do. Let's go and do that. That will give us a chance to really sort of try out the entire group.
Is someone singing? It's beautiful.
Actually, before we go any further...
What's that?
I just drank that potion, didn't I? No, I added it to the bloody staff. I was trying to multiple select so I could send all these things to camp. This interface is just... sometimes it drives me nuts. Alright. You've got your mage armor on. I think the rest of us are good. No.
What a charmer.
Nothing hurts anymore.
Such a pretty... Shh. Your favorite drownings all take place in...
Don't you hear it? It's so... No. Yes,
Oh, great. Our bard is the one who gets lured. How ridiculous is that? You'd think if anybody was going to be immune to that, it would be a bard. All right. Okay, I didn't expect it to kill them, but that's fine. Damn it, the kid died. That is not fair. In fact, I'm reloading. I don't want the kid to die, so...
such a pretty song.
Shh. Your favorite drownings all take place...
Don't you hear it? No. Yes.
You all right?
Poor fucker.
Good. That fixed that. Okay, this is gonna hurt a little bit. Good, that didn't hurt any of my guys. I was able to twist it around to the right spot.
This is my time.
I think I'm too close to do that. Disadvantage. I'm probably too close to do that. No, I'm not, but I don't know that I want to pull it in. And it's not going to do a hell of a lot of damage. Not that it has much health left. If I do that, is it going to get both of them? Let's try. It did. Wonderful. Get out of there, kid. Well done. Oh, and then he runs into the damn daggers and almost dies.
Putrefying piss out.
Gale. We want this harpy dead, Gale. What can you do for us?
Battle favors the fearless.
Let's stop the cloud of daggers for a start. Get you down there. Critical miss. What a pain in the butt.
Fall by my hand.
That was a better result. Where'd the kid go? He ran off. All right.
Open up. Swift as my feet can carry me. What's hiding here?
I don't think I've still got any potions of flying, but we'll have a look. We'll go back up over to there, near where we can fly around to the other part of the nest, and then we will... Oh, he's coming back. He was hidden in amongst the thing.
Are they gone?
They're gone.
No. Yes. I need to get back. Wait, find a boy.
Alright. So I don't have any potions of flying on me, and I don't think anybody else in the group has any. They do not. So let's just really quickly check back in the camp and see if we had one. And we didn't. We sold them all. Alright. I mean, I could go and buy one.
Tiring business, isn't it? Well, why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important.
What do I think of Oblivion? I both love and hate it. If I'm not playing the main quest line, I can happily... I was literally playing it this week after work as a way to relax. I've been playing it probably for the last couple of weeks, actually, after work. And I've been playing a mage, and I've been playing just generally, you know, adventuring around, going through various dungeons, and then I went and did the college quest line. and became the Archmage and finished that just yesterday after work. But if you play the main quest line, and I mean, I have to play, I play with mods to rebalance the leveling. So I'm using an auto leveling mod at the moment, so I don't ever have to choose anything. Just as I go up in levels of skills, it automatically levels up my attributes, and I'm enjoying that. It's working well, but the game is rather unbalanced in a lot of ways, and I don't play the main quest line unless I start from level 1 and do nothing but the main quest line, and even then it's ridiculously hard. And I think if I was to go, like, I'm a level 13 or 14 mage at the moment, and if I was to go and play the main quest line, you can forget about it. Some of the creatures in there are just like ridiculously hard. Those Spider Queen things that shoot out all the little minions, forget about it. And some of the other high level Daedra, just forget about it. They just tear you up no matter what you are. I've never done the Sheogorath quest line. But the Knights of the Nine is okay. I do enjoy it when I'm playing a martial character, but it's still like, the whole thing about that game is that combat is unbalanced. You just don't do enough damage. You have to swing your weapon so many times to kill most things. Yeah, not good. So, I mean, I do like it. I like playing it, but only if I'm just mucking around. If I'm trying to do the main quest line, forget about it. It's just, no.
We've been on the road together for a while now. Ever since you were kind enough to free me from that stone, the way you stood in front of a crossbow, the way you got that in short, I've grown to trust. The reason I make a point of saying this is that I've grown. You see, I have this. The specifics are wrong. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a. Oh, it's been days. That is why I turn to you. I need you to. We've already done. You know for yourself how hard. There'll be danger involved, or great cost. I'm sure we will, as do our packs. I hope I can count on.
What's the story?
No. Leave. I meant to talk to. Everyone's wearing hats. It's hard to work out who I'm clicking on.
I can't help feeling Will got up. Having a devil in our camp will certainly make things interesting. Never a
No, actually, I'm going to wait until he really, really, really needs it. Let's go and talk to the druids. I don't really need the stuff that's hidden over on that thing, so let's just not worry about it.
What can you tell me about this place?
Let's get Volo out of the way.
Ah, my good. You were a few questions, if you please.
You search your mind successfully.
And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass? Witnesses noticed red dragon. Last question, then you'll be quite free. They did. I've interrogated the scandal. Never you mind. I'm on my way to there. Until.
All right. Save that. Oh, wow, I didn't realise you could climb up there. I'm not sure what good it would do, but...
She may join them.
Very well.
Let the devil be an example.
Please.
This is a what? I will
A death viper. You've milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill them.
Girl, she eats wrath and keeps.
Come, cook.
Do it.
The snake's hiss of the death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
There we go. I knew there was a pretty good chance I could make a persuasion check, considering I'm a high charisma character.
She may go. Out, thief.
Thank you.
Halcyon isn't here.
That woman has more. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's trans? Couldn't agree more.
Ridiculous.
Go on.
Monster. Too kind.
Yes, a vipe. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus and the right. And you showed. I want you there to be. The viper must strike. You will. This tale ends.
Alright. Let's talk to Wrath as well, and then we'll go and find
Speak up for
Nettie.
the girl. That snake is well seen, well spotted. Master, more will die if the right is. Would you? Sylvan, Halcyon, you won't mistake the. Come, Silver. Stay close.
Alright.
I see you. Just give me a moment. This, there. Now, what was it you needed? I do what I can. Come here. You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes, maybe.
I have a tadpole in my head. Actually, everything about me is sick. The dizzy spells, the memory loss, the parasite.
A mind flayer tadpole. Come. We need to be quick. This way. This one had the same problem as you. A tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Seems so... It's why he... A pity you got me instead of... You don't have to...
I'd like to keep an eye on things, thanks.
All right. Let's see what we can do.
What's the plan? Will it help?
It might. But first things first. Tell me about your symptoms. Have you noticed anything strange happening?
I can merge my mind with anyone else that's infected.
Victims can identify each other. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halcyon was desperate to find a mind
Kidnapped and
flayer.
infected?
Look, you've been... But you seem like a good... This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear... The thorn? I don't... I'm sorry... Now, do I have your word or... I hope it doesn't... You know, Master Halcyon and I were tracked because you should all be changing. There should be a small mind... The thing... It's one of... Not yet.
Yeah. Keep saying I don't like this thing about the story, and I'm agreeing.
Could be. When Matt... Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back. The thing... You... If you can find Halcyon and get him out of there, I wish I could... All I can... Good luck out there. Take it one step at a time, Nettie. Come on.
Go away. Go away. I wish you could do something to close that down or move it out of the way. It's always right in the middle of where I want to do something. I want to interact with something. Right.
Find our master.
Oh, yeah. Let's go and talk to the family of the tiefling child.
Keep their confidence if you insist.
You, Emma. Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know what we do without.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We don't... Oh, that's the Dancing Lights one. That's the one that I want to give to Gale. I'm going to keep that on me. So I don't really have a use for that. All right, I think we've pretty much... Oh, let's talk to Donnie. I was going to say we've pretty much done everything we need to here.
Stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring. He nods, then reaches for a concealed hat.
I talk to Mole. Actually, we might be able to sell some stuff to Mole, mightn't we?
Well, look who's come. My kid. Mercon said you saved Arabella from the druids. And we're happy to be helped. Now, making sure we're ready to leave when the time... I do, as a matter of fact. You saw what... I want to steal that big figures. Anything else?
Yeah, that's right. They don't have much in the way of decent stuff. Elixir of Vigilance, Hill Giant Strength, See Invisible, Charm Person. Yeah, no, don't want any of that.
Anything else?
No.
You've been a friend to us. Come back anytime. Never see us coming.
All right. So I don't really feel like there's much more I can do around here right now. I mean, there is. I can come over to this little cave over here and rescue that one little druid, but I'm feeling like this is a good place to finish for the stream. We've done quite well. We are all at level 3, working on building up some power. Still not entirely convinced that Karlach as a bard is the right way to go, but we're going to give it a try and see how we go. She's doing all right in the last fight with the harpies, so we'll see how we go. Yeah, overall we're doing well with our party of arcane spellcasters. We have the Dark Urge Sorcerer, we have Gale the Wizard, we have Will the Warlock, and Karlach the Bard. So I hope everyone is enjoying this, and we'll come back next time and, yeah, try and continue. So I'll see you all later. Bye now.